establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will. The end has come, and it will be beautiful. The marvels of were but playthings. Become flesh!
Wrong way.
Live to see the end. Zodiac shall be complete! Mine! All mine! At last, I am become Zodiac! The natural order overturned! Existence bent to my will! My life's work! My masterpiece! I've waited for this day! Bent to my will! The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. Will you live to see the end? Bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
That's it.
I have no need for restraint. Bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? To see the end. Bent to my will! Will you live to see the end? to see the end? Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Well done. My preparations complete, and I stand ready to at once. Withdraw now from this place. The top order will deliver you to safety.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory. From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you live to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
At last.
Deep breaths, slow and steady. Side 2. The blue star below, thrown into turmoil. Then it was no illusion. All was truth. With the death of Zodiac, the laws of nature over which he presided had begun to abide. The final days are upon us. What we have witnessed is an open adventure by the a vision of the horrors to come. Time grows short.
No.
I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
Enough for your amusement.
We shall see.
I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiac, and the end of all things. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surroundings is in order. I have more than an ill tidings to share, you see, since others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know that you are her, that these are your comrades. As luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. Yes, these are indeed the three I sensed. May we presume that this being is a native of the moon? Dare I ask what happened before we arrived? Thank goodness you're unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the temper before you were making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonate explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent healers had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mr. Skrull hath also been delivered unto their care. Serving as a conduit for Heidelein's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alpha and Alice, they insisted on remaining in Galamon while we rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already reached a conclusion. But what matter of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this ally whom Hadlein bade you seek out? He is not unlike the Shades of Amaroth. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Hadlein together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiac. Rather, it was my duty. Then Zodiac is no more. And not without consequence, I'm afraid. For now that the delicate weave, if you mean to avert the final days you shall have need of. Are you alright? My attempts to forestall Zodiac's release have all been sacked in strength. If you allow me to rest a short while, I'll show you what I can. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? By all means. If you would believe them chronologically, might I suggest you beginning with those up before? Then I shall leave that to you, Sarah, while I see what can glean from the crystals on these lower levels. I just restarted Windows. Why the hell is it saying that? Okay. short. Jeez. That's obnoxious. Very rarely records on them up before, and I will see if there's not to be learned from down here. A moment longer, friend. Zodiac defeated. While he may have been in a complete state, that's nevertheless an impressive feat. But even if he hadn't, his demise was inevitable. Vandana would have seen it to it one way or the other. That said, he probably would have wielded Zodiac's power to break out total destruction before taking his own life, making this the better of the two unfavorable outcomes. Dost thou suppose our host hath maintained his solitary vigil since the very beginning, without rest or relief? If so, these records comprise a sum total of his existence. We must needs handle them with care. Shiny. It is clear that he and his brethren are taking a keen interest in freeing Zodiac from his prison, and yet they have made no attempt to destroy the brands. Perhaps they prefer he remain hidden from the mortal eyes until the final rejoining. Perhaps they realize that we would never dare bring harm to our Zodiac so long as he remains imprisoned. did you learn anything of import? So it is as we suspected. Maintaining the brands requires a great deal of her energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why the contact with her has become rather infrequent since the 7th Umbrella calamity. I too have made a rather startling discovery. The assembly body we know to be the moon is in fact created by Hadley. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant this facility. Truly, Hadley's power are far beyond anything I could have imagined. Short reprieve.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again. Giving shape and form to thoughts of goodness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region, but quickly, so very quickly, it was spreading over the whole sky. Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
However, the convocation struck on them, and they could predict where the next person would manifest. Through the land and seas. Those who flew the very air. And those of the celestial nature which encompass both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I expect it. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. Their knowledge helped us to understand the nature of the sea. not consistent. The complication soon realized that the ascending incidents occurred in the regions where the was weakest. Correlation without clear cause ultimately. Nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
There was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation. Their aim was never to unmake They understood that continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify the just underlying cause of the days, he would need to remain for us to function and set motion of those apocalyptic forces once more. Lightning recognized this as well, and so, rather than destroy, she sundered herself and the star into lesser reflections, that she might combine him in his place. I could have sworn she beseeched me to be banished in darkness. Perhaps she did, but as all beings, intentions are always in accord with the spoken word. Edward Zodiac are both creatures of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful true, having been born from the sacrifice of half of the heresy population. Thus was it necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still more effort was needed in fighting. Meditating the brands taxed her greatly, and without hour she dared spare. She cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of the heresy and her history. Like Zodiac, Hydaelyn's purpose and is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linear vision of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How how many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Yes, but what is it?
Nothing knew better than only that her power was not excellent. Indeed, she never has ever struggled to hold her happiness. She would think the worst and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. Take you there, take you to them. And fulfill my final duties. May be true, but others have struggled to believe it. I scarcely believe it myself. I should very much like to hear more of this extraordinary story. This moon is a ship. Well, I've heard everything. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lamentorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. You should have no trouble bearing you across. Miss Hydaelyn created me as the jailer, so did she create Argos as the guard. It is nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Perhaps the imbalancing be there has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argos before, and you will find your way. If your labor is service in Hydaelyn's plan, I saw no reason to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand then? prepare me for the boundless beauty of Theris, shining, shimmering amongst a sea of stars, whose sapphire, and but one countless other jewels so close and yet so far. Does not the harsh terrain remind you of somewhere we've been traveling far outside? The place that rejects the intrusion of outsiders, the solitude reigns supreme, and at the very least it sounds the same as already expressed. Then again, it will be a long, long downward to just perhaps not. The place we seek is just ahead of the Chlorophyll ground. Sea otters cannot come in advance without sufficient concentration of being evil. It would be hard pressed to find greater confidence than inside this cabin. Curious, this place doth call to mind plot any over the new moon. Guard of Zodiac's prison, eh? The red eyes, shivering maw, and built like behemoths, I imagine. That's what he's for. This cave is done with ambient ether. Last one for any further analysis will have to wait. Yes. Here will do nicely. The lower sponga draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argo's manifest. May you be willing to spare some of your own to help the smuggler out? He may be able to create reflections of himself on the wind. I assure you there was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. As he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when he last showed such an affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. As for your companions, unexpected but greatly appreciated. I believe we're all ready. Then you may cross the chasm. as a loyal hound, my pain at due dates in relation to the Great Moon. Seems highly improbable, if not possible, for ancient peoples I've known of Argus. But now I wonder if this isn't some sort of connection. To whom would have this entrusted command such a grand vessel? I was expecting something a little more intimidating and less man's best friend. Their destination is at the structure there across the cradle of darkness. But Cosmos Argos is back and he will take care of the rest. Once you arrive, you should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them with the slumber in the event of Zodiac's destruction. Either council together, you may guide the star and speak with your kind of friend. This is where we part ways. But no, I shall ever be watching you and pray for your success. Our eyes' experiences notwithstanding, we cannot be certain for what exists on the other side, so perhaps it would be best if we did not go all at once. Suppose the two of us cross first while anchored in your Ariage wait for here. Onward. Malefic ether yet permeates it from the creator. Remnants of Zodiac, most like. Just a little further. Structures are enormous, but highly surprising given the size of the average Admiralty. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let's head inside. And, oh! Means by which you could celebrate the energy grab. Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to bring out of existence on our account. Hopefully all is easy. Thank you, Argos. We'll take things from here. Argos is to remain without. Let us not keep him waiting over long. Truly a marvel beyond description. The scale is reminiscent of armor, or rather the replica we visited in the first.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
lively, everyone? I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Aetheris to safety! Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
"'Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps."
Perhaps.
But the crew seems amicable enough. Given the present crisis, handling doubtless sought to facilitate cooperation between pilot and passenger. Indeed, it would require as hard as damage to raise one's voice in anger to beings possessed of such profound saccharinity. They must be the lawbreeds mentioned in the Watch's records. Not at all what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assumed the one who gave that rousing speech was the leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track him down. Come on, then, let us be about it. Lawbreeds all appear to have set about their tasks. Whither is their leader? I'm thinking of spending a night outside the Bastoi's burrow, but I'm not sure what I'll need to take with me. Something from a tent, I suppose. Saw the fun the traders on there were getting up to, and I thought to myself, hey, I could do that. So here I am, eagerly waiting your conditioning bi-colored gemstones. The leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singway's the name. I'm in charge of the construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Aetheris, and that's a promise. Leader? No. Sleeping away. My job is me. Perhaps I'd better ask. What do you think of our clothing? I'll have you know that I'm a mastermind behind its design. only saw them from a distance, but the fur was brown, if that helps. If that helps at all. We're all going to die someday, so what if it happens a little sooner? There's the macabre one. Oh my, but isn't this exciting? I've never seen one of your kind up close and before. Would you mind if I take some measurements of your body? Just for reference, of course. What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? What was that supposed to be? You're humming, from what I can even call that. It's atrociously off key. It should sound more like this. As leader of the operates, I cannot allow substandard attempts at musicality to go unremarked, even if you are a guest. Being the magnanimous sort that I am, I'll forgive you this once. Well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it? This is all of them? A group comprised of entirely children. What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all. Perhaps though we should build one. Or did we build one already? No matter. You needn't worry your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. Goodness me, we shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. If you could run along back towards the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but there's a large glowing ball at the center if you find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. Me? You speaking to me? But of course! I'll answer any questions you may have. Who are you? I'm the manager and operator of the Central Control Sphere. It regulates every single facility here, Best Ways Barrow. If there's anything we're having to it, the whole place will stop working in no time. It's very important, and so is my job. What is this place? Best Ways Barrows is where we operates them and working on of Heidelin. We're doing all our best to make the moon a suitable ship to transport everyone. You'll be able to write someday soon if you don't you worry. I didn't expect to meet people here. A people person here. Whatever shall I do? Visitors, at last! Welcome! The etheric composition and density of the sphere is quite similar to the crystalline concept we've seen before, like it shares the capacity for storing memories and knowledge. Given their size, getting from one end to this place must be exhausting. I honestly don't know how they do it. It's astounding how the Lombards, despite their diminutive stature, are able to maintain such gargantuan facilities.
Introductions are in order. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Etheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Etheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here we have Etheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Etheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom? Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Etheris is carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Etheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star! Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems! We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Hydaelyn herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization!
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Aetheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
did realize something was amiss when living wavered to us as children. What other delightful misconceptions do they hold, I wonder? It is unfortunate that Dalmas House were constructed in error, but their willingness to perform such sweeping renovations is testament to their commitment. I cannot fathom the resources required for a facility so vast. Why do I get the feeling we're going to have our fans for the long ones? Oh dear, I do hope Building Way can complete the renovations before more guests arrive. Perhaps we should leave them as they are, that way you have more space to lounge about. Right then, now that you're here, we need to teach you us all you can about your people quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us, and in all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there's anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post haste. And address it we shall. Here at Bestways Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced our myriad of animated we understand to be essential for day-to-day living. We wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you could all work Dr. Valentine, so why don't we start with the good stuff? Can you meet at the Caratorium, and we shall see about filling your bellies. She does not watch for enthusiasm. The notion of Atheris is brought to its core, being a matter of course of neither concerning though. Nevertheless, let's take this opportunity to learn more about the operates in this vessel. Oh, this does not feel good. Oh, seriously? I heard you kind of hop about when they hear the music. Is this true? Can you turn it off? I've decided to follow Roman Fellowship with protectors as our peoples arrive. So relax, you and yours are in safe paws. Very, very safe paws. As thou spy the peculiar sentinels patrolling the vicinity. Approach them with caution, better yet not at all, for they make no distinction between friend or foe. Given this earlier confusion regarding our size, I cannot help but wonder if they even know the first thing about us. Am I the only one who suspects we're not going to find anything edible whatsoever? You're not smaller than we expected, but I trust you'll still have large appetites, yes? Welcome to the Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of various sundries required of our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce you to the head of foodstuff production. Cooking away. Pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, just that we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. Learn all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. Why? I practically warned the words from the invaluable pages. Naturally, we've also considered the ease of growth and production. You will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some, as a fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, just because we just woke up and we're quite famished. Along the platform here, you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delightful delights. Help for yourself to anything you like. This doesn't require debate. We have work to do, so quit dragging your feet and get to it. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belie its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Second thought, you'd like to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be put into ice cooking away whether it's safe to eat first. So, did any of our selections set your mouth to water? Ah yes, a fine choice. One of my favorites, actually. Please take it, I'm eager to hear what you think. Great trepidation took a bite of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender. As you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. Newfound vigor begins welling within you. Rubbing your stomach, however, suggests that maybe simply indigestion. What do you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost in endurance it promises to be the perfect meal for a day of heavy lifting. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, green carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. I can certainly see a demand for this in Charlian. Charlian? What in blazes is that? I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on the terrace? Surely you're aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you can emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia we found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. And so we decided rather than dividing our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to put our efforts in production into a single perfect food. That's That's all well and good, but a man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare carrots in the other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into carrot fresh from production? I've rather a strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically, Cooking Way is my given name. When we first created, we all were named with the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance of the Watersmiths. After we received a great tome of words, dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous, verb conjugations, just the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks, and we used them to form our new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore does thy kind deem such a change necessary? Well, when the rest of your people arrive, you want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though, if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Atheris as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one day I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu. For more carrots? Fear not, you can eat your heart's content after seeing the rest of Bresto's bird. Well, I'm sure the Lockharts were hot at the chance to expound upon carrots in exhaustive detail. Perhaps it's time we moved on. I hate to admit it, but I rather did like the carrots. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to the other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is certain press. This way. sunset tapestries, but perhaps we'll be pleasantly surprised. The other supposed clothes they prepared will be as grossly oversized as the carrots. Garments born of the heavens, crafted with methods ancient and forgotten, just befitting we who walk in shady stores of the esoteric. Here we are at the Parent Production Station. We've chosen to employ the more traditional methods with the task, creation magics. Heidelin, infinite wisdom, blessed with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did learn to spell a topo effort. Magic alone was not sufficient to see our work. Again, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra base we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You'll also be impressed to hear that we've read all about your habit of changing your tire to match your chosen profession. With the extra efficiency, I presume. This has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourself at home, make yourself known to the worker, and they'll see to the rest. It's you. One of the visitors from Aetheris. Goodness me, mapping away wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh, right. You're to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Something simple yet functional. Simple and functional, right. This will only take a moment. There we are, all finished. A fair fit, if I do say so myself. Nothing too billowy or frilly, as you can see, also light and durable. Sure to serve you well whenever your travels may take you. Would you look at that, speechless, and here I thought you might not like it. If you change his mind to try something else, might not suit to my fellow artisans. I'm sure they're happy to oblige. No mistake you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes, really? Of course, it'd be my honor. Never mind, anything in mind. I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. I think I can help with that. Let's see. This should do. My best work yet. You're a strange one, aren't you? I'm not too sure what to do when you didn't ask for anything specific. I want to take my work seriously, however, there I'm never one to disappoint. And it's always a blend of concepts from myriad professions, all-purpose attire for modern women of Aetheris. I was wondering how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Why don't you go show the living way? I'm sure she's eager to see what you've come up with. Don't we look splendid? There's also much trial and error, but I know quality of work when I see it. You need to speak. I can see our adoration for the moon and we operates in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same when having some of our creations. Sorry to have kept you waiting. He insisted we sample all the concepts ever returned. Verily, this is an ensemble most becoming. I think it's past time we return these clothes. I was so confident the garments would meet you with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same clothes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Etheris, they will suddenly have need of your attire. It's clear you spend no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we're not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experiences. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we underestimated the complexity and diversity of people. Even if memories ever told me we received, I doubt we'd be very much better. Maybe you're doing a disservice by trying to show you our baubles and frippery, and thinking it's for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree. People who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former foe, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Hydaelyn's love for Etheris and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts against cross-14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Living way, we have leave to explore Vestor's burrow and understand it. You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany the Wild One. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wished to speak to you about. Let's be off then, shall we? My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about visitors coming up from Etheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Etheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? It's going to remain a mess of everything. Oh, but wait, you saw them visit the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you at by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, the name's Grogmore, by the way. See you soon. watching you, and you look like you could use that extra vim and vigor. Can I interest you in an iron carrot? I'm delighted to see you, but I'm very, very busy. Perhaps we can chat another time. You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Call me Sarah. Sarah Eaton, eh? Cracky, even your names are amazing. Well, Sarah, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready.
Ready in the teleporter. Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really, but the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realised the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Shame you could see it though. You really would have liked it. It might not seem like it, but we've been planning this for this long, far longer than I care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. The one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Atheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. Except we're striving to make the moon a vibrant and magical place they'd hop on the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of Illuvian to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. Residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the cafetorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the barrel. Follow me. Do you need help with something? I'm rather busy assigning duties at the moment. Good, you're here. Through this door is the Great Ensvale. A name such because it's the veil to all and no veils. The most beautiful force you'll ever see. You understand the people of Atheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through the natural spaces at night, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I'll start with the next hole to the front. This way. So what did you think of the forest? Possibly pleasant? Simply sublime? I didn't say any... Wait. You don't mean those crystals out there are... Right you are. The forest are made of crystals and constructs, guiding the landscape as far as I can see. Building this place is a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators is quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces the air as clean as you'll find in a forest on Earth. Found here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, is a rather roll supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent in making those most spherical spheres, and dare say the unparalleled roundness of it to speak for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch from the spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. What can you do with the stretch yourself? That's a spirit. Feel more relaxed simply watching it. It's been worth many years of building this place. It's not too much to ask. It's always been a dream of mine to have to walk through this forest with someone else from right there. Could we maybe... You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. No, I'm not sure what it is you want to do with crystals and theirs, but we don't eat them. Certainly not this one. It's consists of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because Hydaelyn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis in all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on theirs. Conjuring fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. But simply the etheric conditions are slow to degrowth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Oh, that's clever. Of course, this is all necessary to keep the raging elements of energy of Zodiac in check. That's actually clever. So the moon does have an atmosphere, it's just that... Okay, that explains that. I was thinking, Sarah, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and this is what we do. When we first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there's absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our first task, to furnish the moon with proper propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. Sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is. It's only possible thanks to the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done, 6,000 years, give or take. Anyway, let's keep going. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we started sooner. Who would have thought that we need 4,000 years to make all of this? It certainly wasn't worth dare rush either. We had a great infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which would be operational until 100 years later. And then there was a brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt. When that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Aetherius, the Elegance mischief, I think. We thought maybe something new in the Nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. do you notice anything particular about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that the massive crystals are not trees. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed in their ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. Similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight. Rather, a close approximation. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see the different types of trees that have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. Something else I wanted to tell you about. This habitat system considers it completed around 2,000 years ago, but that the most important features were fit for purpose, which is well and good, except we still absolutely nothing about the present day people of Atheris. Why not go visit Atheris yourself, you might think? Strictly forbidden. Where technology and knowledge of Moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends. The results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it would get increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful they might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find the people of Atheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Heidelin would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here on to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. More than a few years after that, our collaborators found means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like greatest Endwalker. I knew it. Thank you for coming here, by the way. I know this is just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I took you've already received the Grand Tour. Should have missed it. Going away. I've been looking all over for you. Oh, I split the teleporter to the residential. Oh, never mind that. More pressing matters at hand. We'll be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really, I can't imagine why you need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you're more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now come along, growing way. Before you arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you not learn anything of import? They said 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed 4-hour fast approaching, you can certainly understand the restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology at this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they're possessed of the world's most charming personalities or means forced to evacuate people, it will be met with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made nightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There's another matter which begs my mind. carrots will accompany you if you like. Nay, it will not be necessary, if you'll excuse me. What do you suppose Assembly Sec could tickled his fancy? It is clear that now that a difficult decision lies ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of the Theris is indeed crucial, but I'm not yet willing to forsake our wilderness and reflections, and I trust I'm not alone in my reticence. Rajay seems strange to me, more than usual. I know there's a bunch of it on his own account, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Let me go and see if he's alright. Shoal and I will remain here and see what else we can learn in the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to me. I'd rather for only one of us to go in case it's a delicate matter. Hopefully I won't overthink things. There's no sign of any of them. It's almost time to eat. There, you are there. If you happen to be heading to the character, and could you let my fellows know it's mealtime? No eat, I can't take my nap. My thanks. I should become running at the most out of carrots for happiness. So, just say those 3 magic words and they'll be on the way. Excuse me, miss, have you any chance of seeing any thieves spouting about with ill-gotten iron carrots? The crimson, tender, and surprisingly heavy. The carrots, that is, not the thieves. If you haven't seen them yet, I'm sure you will. We're told that you adventurers are quite good at solving crimes that no one else can be bothered with. Wonderful. I'm relying on you to survive a carrot caper. Honestly, what would matter if you deny a elaborate Anyway, our culprits took 4 carrots in all. These are not easy to carry about, so I dare say you haven't gotten that. They can't have gotten that far. Carrot, my carrot, the prize you saw is won. 7 carats of happiness today? That deep, luscious orange that tempting slender silhouette. Wait for me, my darlings, I'm coming for you. Philosopher carrots really hit the spot. Just feel what? No, of course that's not anything. These are mine. Is this so long to join an early dinner? Insufficient stock of iron carrots. Iron carrot detected. Initiating iron carrot procurement. My whiskers have blisters to prevent me theirs. What did I do? What did I say? I never even brought me any snacks. Yes, it must be time to eat at last. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. There's nothing like a carrot of happiness to help fill the void in one's belly and soul. Dry root of the roots and you get... Carrots of happiness, you say? Nice, that time already. I was looking at projections for optimal carrot production based on total population of Ethereus to ensure that... Oh, never mind, I must make haste or I'll miss out on seconds. Ah, you've returned. Oh, and everyone else is accounted for. Sustenance is essential for slopperets. Plus, most people are the same. In any case, we expend a lot of effort raising a whole variety of carrots. Carrots of Hammers are a new cultivar that are particularly comforting, though. No, silly we have our workers consume so many carrots just so we can produce more carrots. That's why we can resolve with even more carrots. I need to buy the details and work out the figures just as I say. What are we talking about? You're back. Please tell me you found the carrots. It's important. I didn't suspect it. It's supposed to help us farm carrots, not eat them. I recall the technician said something about enhancing its code with the love for carrots to increase its work efficiency. But to go as far as to steal carrots for itself, I fear we may now love them a little too much. So spare carrots. At least we know what became of them and how they prevent this from happening again. Thank you for your assistance.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Livingway, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbrider, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave way forward for us all. May, I say, for there's no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone, that failure should come will be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. It would be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, so I ask, wouldst thou join me in mine endeavor? It is a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway's birth. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe that we are more all of one mind in our desire to save the people for theirs. To make clear our resolve to the Lawbirds, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. Using a spell taught to me by the new Mao, I believe these shall suffice to the gift I would fashion. The magic required to consider the concentration. Let it prevail upon thee to withstand whilst I prevail from the incantation. There, 'tis done. A magic ink. Every ounce as efficacious as that created by the Numau. Rare is a occasion that would concern mine own, but nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possess no preternatural properties, but the hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray that operators will appreciate. Sarah! Orianji! Oh, thank goodness! I thought you'd been eaten or had been perhaps only to crater. Stoll had been looking all over for you, Sarah. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire, even. She's also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Sarah alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Uriange. But no worry, not. It just happens we need your help with an errand. Delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Best Barrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor operatives. And we would never be so grateful if you could lend us a hand. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. How are you intending I would betray the trust of Hydaelyn's chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Ishtolla's bad side? She's clearly not the one to be crossed, nor one to mate. Now off with you. Or not, sir. I shan't be. In the cave. Southeast. Everything's alright with the Uriange. That's a relief. Uh-oh. Back so soon? Oh, Sarah, we thought you'd be away for far longer. dire emergency. I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance in one small matter. Running away, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. Problem, however, is he's determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we'd wait here, maybe enjoying cold log carrot you sent. No? Well, if it's really that important. You can try using these balls of moose flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. And running away is the other notable feature in this incessant chatter, so you have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but if it proves effective. He was here in Great Ascendantsville when I last saw him. Let's split up and find him. Oh, that's smart. It's meant to be a joke. It isn't funny. Yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? Highly knowledgeable about the final days. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Heidelin did impart us with some knowledge of the event, but I know about it as much as any other operator around here. Less probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go on telling people I'm an expert, but they don't better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry I couldn't be more help, but if there's nothing else, I've got work to do. And I'm off. Oh no, you caught him? I mean, well done, you. Any luck? I tried near the entrance, but there's no sign of him. I can neither find nor hide nor hair of him. How do you feel? Did you fare? So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I misremembered. I misremembered. I'm terribly sorry about that. My friend drawing a blank, though. Tries to mind, can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Orianji? I assume you spoke to him with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to Watcher's Palace of the Living. Between Growing Ways' sudden lapse of memory and a lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Orianji a hand. Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. beginning if you grow tired of these games. If some scheme was afoot, certainly Ariachi would be the first to see through it. And again, he does tend to give the others the benefit of the doubt. Oh, what to do. I promised living where I would help. No, I promised it'd help, so that's what I'll do. Now camp's on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Lockbirds are up to something, but there's a lot to be learned on the final day, so I think we'd best play along. For now, at least. Person? Yes, you. Do you have a moment? You see, ever since we woke for inspection, a friend of mine has been acting a little funny, funnier than usual even. I can hear him sighing from all the way over here. I'm going to call him as I do, but he always insists that nothing's wrong. I think he's been unable to help himself from opening up to you, though. He has ever been so fond of people. Would you mind lending him an ear or two? Many thanks to you. My friend's name is Dreamingway, and he should be somewhere nearby. Just follow the Lamentus Snuffle. I hear you have a penchant for exciting adventure, is that correct? Then I assume in your travels you have doubtless heard tales of Alligans. The Alligans, don't get me started. I thought as much. I asked because I had plans to survey an Alligan relic from not far from here. The weapons guarding it, however, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. Just you see where this is going. So are you interested in a little adventure? Much obliged. Now let's be off. No time to waste. Stay focused, Dreamingway. Sure, you know working way, but... Oh my. You're not a Loperate. Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I talking to a visitor from Atheris? Whatever can I help you with, kind madam? Be asking me that very same question. How did you know? In any case, I couldn't be bothered to an honored guest with my selling shovels. If you insist, I can share a nibble of what's on my mind. First, but may I ask your name? Sarah Eaton. Truly a spectacular name. I'm sure it suits you to your character. I say the same for mine. Perhaps it's a mistake to choose dream for the tone that works. As try as I might, I have no such thing. And seeing everyone looks up to their names since their awakening has only made me more aware of it. The people over there, on the other paw, seem to dream a great deal. Have you any advice for me? Focus on what you love to do. But that's the problem. I haven't the foggiest idea of what that would be. note of my fellow Leopards might. I've known them since we were created, so perhaps they might see something in me that I cannot. With their help, you must find a way to project the appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best what would be a service to mankind, after all. I'm all ears, so you need to only tell me once you've come up with something. Anything at all. No sluggard, I can tell you that. I was happy to lend a paw when there's work to be done. Compared to some of the others, well, let's just say that he's a great help. To know about dreaming. Can't say I know him terribly well. He's always rushing off on a new task as soon as he finishes it with the old one. But sometimes a good sort, though. Dreaming, right? He can do anything he sets his mind to. Doesn't play about getting his paws dirty either. That said, I'm not sure I can really think of anything he's particularly gifted at. Did they have aught of interest to share? They say they did. That's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. I've never meant to dream. It's never too late to dream. You really think so? Goodness, people are truly as kind as they say. In that case, the problem's not to give up until we find my dream, even if it's the last thing I do. Look out, Grim. Let's exhaust out of the options before we go for anything potentially lethal, shall we? The architecture of this place is impressive, though more than a little confusing to navigate. Is it too much to ask for clearly marked exits? Or a map, perhaps? What other knowledge do you suppose we can glean from their archives? The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. Guess I'll just go find whoever has the key. Going away enough. If you have naught to tell us over the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. You yourselves not tell us that we must act quickly. Yes, we did, but the moon was to be the perfect paradise for the people of Aetheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we had offered, but you only found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's living in this game. Run us around in circles and failing that lock us away so we can't put the line at risk. It's everyone except Oriange. He understands what's at stake, what must be done. I fear I've misjudged you. You misjudged us going away. Never have we decided the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aetheris and her reflections to her doom. If there's a way to avert the fallen days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts will never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room or ifs or maybes now. The people of Theris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't leave you let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back at home. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. We dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these thorns out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. That's the agreement where Argos waits outside. There you are. Didn't rough them up too badly, did you? Good, you're here. We must hurry to watch his palace and find Oriange.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Aetheris and and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late!
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labour to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
How came it into your possession? Very likely. Guided by its light to make him to know her true intentions which remain a mystery to us. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growing Way and the others.
When next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
I chanced to spy you crossing the chasm and feared something was amiss. But all is well, and more importantly, I have been given you the opportunity to behold a wonderful sight. Keep the Elpis close, and its light will be your guide. A declaration of hopes and aspirations. I hadn't thought of it that way before. The Lockbirds may be in good hands now, but that doesn't change the fact that their plan is the last resort I'd rather not employ. Let's see it doesn't come to that, for the first and all the other reflections. The Lockbirds think so highly of the people of Aetheris, yet it seems this evacuation plan is the only way they know how to express their adoration. If we had been more clear in our intentions from the start, perhaps we could have avoided this wrinkle. Something to keep in mind in the future. The others will be so happy to hear Iriache is going to stay and teach us all about Aetheris. We have to be careful not to get too distracted by his lessons. There's still maintenance to carry out, after all. Nice to meet you. Name's Puddingway. Sorry again for all the trouble. We promise we'll do better. Honest. Well, that was rather embarrassing, wasn't it? At least we got the same page now with the people and Aetheris. We'll save both, or at least give it a good try. Still growing way, I look forward to our next walk together. I'm sure. I will. I'm sure he'll be glad to hear it. There's little I can do to help stop the final days, but should you need to know star travelers, will look no further. Such knowledge I can offer in abundance, so do not hesitate to find yourself wanting. 'Twas a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what needs to be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, and all our fellow Science. When I next return to Aetheris, I pray to find you all in good health and good spirits. Gotta take care of this. southeast. Site is just ahead. If you find anything that may prove useful, I'd be grateful if you could retrieve it for me. Onward then. After you. longer and that drone would have alerted more. Now, did you find anything of interest? Oh, let me have a look. No, you're right. Let's wait until we get back. Safe at last. Now, show me what you found. This is an elegant decryption unit. With it, we can read elegant tomes of history, science, poetry, if you had any, which we did not. An adventure for another day, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm deeply excited by the prospect. As I'm sure you can tell, I have my heart for gratitude. With the operators in Orion just capable hands, we needn't worry about the affairs here in our absence. Knowing how the face of the earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alpha and the others. Let's return to our battle. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. I'd forgotten how cold it is here in Garlemald. Testament to the lost spirit's ingenuity that felt no such discomfort on the moon. God, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like to very much know how everyone is getting on here as well. They've only just begun to treat the temper prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the Foundation is of greater importance. I speak not only for the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in position of responsibility should be need told as much, but bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. Sir, at last you are returned. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what has become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of the Allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow Scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their temporary. Will all the temporary be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until the patients have recovered. Euless is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. Not for Alphino and Alice's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications that happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after the Anima was just defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that what you experienced in Thavnia. Those who were trapped within seem to have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instructions that magics needed to cure temporary. Master Matoya was no doubt thrilled at the Mother Porxes affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of your comrades near and far. As for the contingent, some of our members have been granted leave to return to the homelands after the transfer of Tempered have been completed. Lucy and I will remain, along with a small force, to continue to offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the moon and the Talofaroi? I prayed your victory would mark an end of our troubles. There's so much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course, I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow Scions from the present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you'd be happy to hear that Mistress Trowell, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Valdesian Annex and given to Tartaro's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Then let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After conversation with Zodiac, he said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try to ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If they found him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. I suppose you're right. dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast, who would be sent to send them to their deaths. Pray forget I entertain the notion. While the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of God. And now there's no more. Now his people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better that than an army to see it stated. At any rate, we'll not keep you any longer. Bring you safe passage back to Charlotte. Your findings will be relayed to the Alliance leaders word for word. And should we spy anything about the Ordinary here in Garlemald, also be informed at once. Once my countrymen are very corrupt, it falls to me to tell them that what's become of Xenos in the Empire. Realize there's no kindness in withholding the truth, but it will wound them. Oh, it's good to see you. And free from the chilblains, I take it. You'll be pleased to know everything's been kept in order since you've been away. I even thought of a few useful knickknacks with me from back home. No sooner had they arrived than I received word from a Crown for help. And you on the moon! If you meant to give me a fright, you succeeded. Welcome back, Sarah. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I've caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Adeline called to me that day that you entered the Tower of Battle. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once that she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we have prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world, I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give up your account. Let us be convened in the main hall once they've arrived. For blessing, you've recovered enough to get out of bed. Even if I hadn't, I could not well miss your recount of your exploits on the moon. Welcome back, sir. Ready for a nap? No, not right now. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. But will Rianjay be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Sarah can explain why better than I. befell Amarant. Then where would we escape via the moon? What if the source ignored its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So, how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarant, the solution will be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population and then dueling. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, feat which even the Amarantines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we've found no clues in Mare Lamentarum. There is so much to do if we do not know of the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarantines' curation magics, but we have no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Loporits in secret all this time, there's surely no more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the palace outside, some sort of announcement. What's Father up to now? There's only one way to find out.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children, and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Take your time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Charlian, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
That's what I'm thinking.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Tells me the Forum merited rather more Munch's announcement. Seems to be a great exodus, is there? Remind him of my narrow escape from the Alaval. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and great regret happened. Why me, I ask myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits.
Evening. I hoped you hadn't crawled beneath the covers just yet. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I have a favor to ask. Don't worry. Nothing desperate or dire, if that's what you were wondering. Not yet. You know, we may have quite literally entered our final days. The ancients went so far as to call it that for a reason. If so, then everything we did for Reen, for the first, will have been meaningless. And I can't accept that. I just can't. My mind won't allow for the possibility. And that could be a problem. When we're in the thick of it, I don't know if I've got it in me to be pragmatic this time. To run, even if running's the right choice. The only choice. So if you see me turning a blind eye to the harsh reality, beat some sense into me, would you? I trust you and the other scions with my life, and I'd like to think the feeling is at least occasionally mutual. And I never forgive myself if my stubbornness put them in danger. Gods, listen to me. Beginning to sound like the father I never had. So, can I count on you to keep me in line? I can think of no one else more eminently qualified. Excellent. Now I can breathe a bit easier. Which isn't to say that I will, given what we're up against. Let's keep this little chat our secret. I'd rather not have anyone scolding us for burning the midnight oil.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat has abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Oh, Sarah, I was just about to call you. I'm afraid we received another call for assistance. This one Consul and Razahan. The others have already assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact at Razadhan. Veiled beasts have appeared to us as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. Once more they scaled the side of the sky, very sky burns above them. God, the final days are already upon us. would appear so. Sadly, this is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people at Razan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Grog, you best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You're in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomenon we have been observing elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let's make first for Yoletta map. We must prepare ourselves for what might lay ahead. I'm glad for Kyle's support. Also call upon Harry Boulder and the others to assist us. They will be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. No similar creatures have been sighted here in Charlotte. That said, the early signs may have manifested in other regions ere long. We must be prepared for every eventuality. With the fall of the Tower of Thavnir, the Anish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace, and now this. We do not will the creation magics of the ancients, and yet these abominations appear. Whatever could be the cause? I'd rather accompany you to Thavnir, but Ra's concerns are well-founded. The last thing I would want to be is a burden, and so I will remain here with Tataru, and do all I can to gather knowledge that might serve us well in the battle to come. Godspeed to you in your journey, Sarah. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents had grown weakest, so it seemed there was a stagnancy in the ether above the skies of Razan and Benos to Vitra. If the might of Vitra is not enough to hold these feats at bay, Razan is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once. This calamity is indeed come to Thavnir. It is all too likely that Corvus is across the strait and finds itself in a similar predicament. If now it remains an imperial province, and as such, maybe some time before we can ascertain the situation there. We can only hope that Crow and the Tataru will provide us with some insight sooner rather than later. I'm going to go the other way. Really? You're ready for another round of aetherite testing? Then please, by all means, let's get you whisked away to Thavnir before you come to your senses.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Usually the most dangerous foe in the worm's domains is the worm themselves. However, Vritra, as offended as I am horrified. I shall survey their environments up closely as we go about our search. I need some clue as to how we can combat this phenomenon. Innocent souls twisted and reformed under only abominations. I thought I had seen the last of such nightmares in with the simulators. We must act quickly, sir. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost in this nightmare. It's true that the people themselves have transferred to beasts, like even the raiding host could start to save you, or else don't worry, no matter how grim things might get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need me. So beasts are not born of creation magic, but rather the altered forms of the people themselves. In that sense, the manifestation of them differs in the village that we inhabit. And for the worse, I dare say. Any man, woman, or child could become a beast at any moment. There's no telling whence the next threat might come. We must exercise extreme caution. Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vitra and the Radiant Host have gone ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy.